Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 40th edition of the World Young Horse Championships, Le Mondial du Lion. World Eventing Young Horse Championships is 6 and 7-year-olds. This afternoon you'll be watching the dressage, the second half of the 7-year-olds. And this is being judged by President of the Grand Jury is Laure Eslon for France, Judge in C, Judge in E from New Zealand, Stuart Bishop, Judge in M from Austria, Judith Eisnecker. Bienvenue cet après-midi aux 40e édition du Mondial du Lion d'Angers. C'est les championnats du monde des jeunes chevaux de concours complet. Ce matin, nous avions eu les 6 ans et maintenant, c'est la deuxième partie des 7 ans. Le premier cheval à rentrer en piste cet après-midi et qui sera jugé par le président du grand jury. Président du jury pour la France, c'est Laure Eslon. Jugeant C, jugeant E pour la Nouvelle-Zélande, Stuart Bishop, et jugeant M pour l'Autriche, Judith Eisnecker. Le premier cheval à entrer en piste pour la France sera le 734, Nicolas Touzaint, montant atomique de Hus. C'est un seul français ombre par Bigot d'Arsouille, STX, et Princess Pilot by Prestige Pilot, appartenant à Bertrand Gilles, Jean-Yves Touzaint et Nicolas. The first horse in the second half of the 7-year-old World Championship eventing dressage is number 734 from France, Nicolas Touzaint riding Atomic Deus. It's a Selle Français gelding by Bigot d'Arsouille STX and Princess Pilot by Prestige Pilot belong to Bertrand Gilles, Jean-Yves Touzaint and Nicolas himself. Nicolas, amongst his many what would you call it, accomplishments, he's Olympic champion by team in Athens, bronze medal by team in the Tokyo Olympics in 2021, bronze medal by team in the Paris Olympics in 2024, double European champion individual at Punchestown and Pratoni. He's winner of the World Cup in Malmö. He's had 6 victories here at Lion d'Angers and over 100 victories internationally. Les palmarès de notre cavalier français Nicolas Touzaint, il est champion olympique par équipe à Athènes, médaille de bronze par équipe aux Jeux Olympiques de Tokyo, médaille de bronze par équipe aux Jeux Olympiques de Paris cette année, et double champion d'Europe à titre individuel à Punchestown et à Pratoni, vainqueur au Coupe du Monde de Malmö, et il a 6 victoires ici au Mondial de Lyon et plus de 100 victoires internationales. Five minutes to go before dressage starts. Just a quick look at the top 5 in the 7-year-old competition from yesterday. So, in 5th place we have, from the United States of America, Tommy Greengard riding That's Me Z on 29.4. À la 5e place des 7 ans d'hier, nous avons Tommy Greengard pour les États-Unis d'Amérique montant That's Me Z à 29,4. À la 4e place, nous avons pour la Grande-Bretagne Danny Evans montant Kinda Corvette à 28. 4th place from Great Britain, we've got Danny Evans riding Kinda Corvette on 28. 3rd place from Great Britain equally, Kitty King riding Cantango on 27.9. À la 3e place également de la Grande-Bretagne, Kitty King avec Cantango à 27,9. À la 2e place pour la Nouvelle-Zélande, Samantha Lissington montant Mr. Cookie Time à 26,7. Lying in 2nd, Sam Lissington riding Mr. Cookie Time on 26.7. And in the lead from yesterday, Julia Krajewski riding Chilly Morning 2 on 26.2. Et la tête d'hier, c'est Julia Krajewski pour l'Allemagne montant Chilly Morning 2 à 26,2. Cantering around the ring on this lovely chestnut, we have Nicolas Touzaint, and this is Atomic Deus for France, number 734. Autour de la carré de dressage, vous voyez le numéro 734 pour la France, Atomic Deuce, monté par Nicolas Touzaint.
So as we look to get underway with the second half of the 7-year-old division now, a reminder of the leaderboard overnight. Yulia Krajewski leads with Chilly Morning the second, 26.2, ahead of Sam Lissington and Mr. Cookie Time, 26.7. Kitty King Cantango rounding out the top 3 for Great Britain, 27.9. We've got a total of around 6 sub-30 scores as things stand at the moment. And we get underway with a man who has won 2 European Championship titles in his career. He's also a Team Olympic gold medalist, part of the French team that also won an Olympic silver in Paris this summer. It is Nicolas Touzaint with Atomic Deuce. They're gelding by Vigo d'Arzil out of a Prestige Pilot mare owned by Bertrand Gillis, Jean-Yves Touzaint and Nicolas Touzaint himself. Nicolas, who has long been one of the most admired athletes at the top of the sport in France. Years of age now, and in that time, I mean, he made his Olympic debut back in the Sydney Games, actually back in 2000, but he's been to 6 Olympic Games. Has been, in fact, he's got a whole collection of medals, all of the colours, Team Gold, Team Silver and Team Bronze from Tokyo. And actually, he won the Le Lion d'Angers Young Horse World Championship title back in 2004 with Joker Delby. That was a 6-year-old division then, but has had a whole host of placings across the years. He very nearly took another title last year, but it didn't quite play out for him in the end. Gorjan de Busson just had a couple of rails on the final day, which ultimately cost him the victory. He would dearly love, 20 years after that win, to take another title here in Le Lion d'Angers. Atomic Deuce actually won the 2-star at Lignières as part of their preparation for this. Just has the 1 3-star under their belt so far. That was in Arville. Jumped a lovely clear cross country. It is a relatively lightly campaigned internationally. Did finish on their dressage score actually to take 7th in a 2-star long format at Saumur a little bit earlier on this year. Been consistently securing sub-30 scores internationally, so they would love to just be able to sneak sub-30 again here today. The trot work in this 3-star Test B comes a little bit later on in the test. The majority of it coming after the canter has concluded. down that final centre line. Nicolas Touzaint and Atomic de Us isn't going to quite sneak sub 30, I don't think, but still a very good start to get us underway here on day 2 for the 7-year-old division here in the Lyon d'Angers, just to the southwest of the capital, Paris. The most beautiful location, one of the most popular events on the circuit. And we'll bring a score when it is confirmed for Nicolas Touzaint and Atomic de Us.
C'est un Zangerscheid, c'est une jument. Par Clearman et Cachère Z par Cachas, appartenant à Rick Koeve et written by Anne-Sophie Koeve.
So, next go, it will be for Belgium.
C'est la deuxième participation au mondial pour Anne-Sophie.
And Sophie will be down the centre line in a second. Let's look at Nicolas Touzaint's score first, though. 69.57, 68.48, 70.87 gives him a penalty score of 30.4. So Nicolas Touzaint goes into 9th. As now we welcome Anne-Sophie Kovacs and Claire Z for Belgium.
Julian M 70,87, ce qui lui donne une moyenne de 69,64, un total de 30,4, et c'est la 9e place du classement provisoire.
As next to go, it will be Anne-Sophie to come down the centre line, and this a horse that comes forward to the dressage is by Clermont, out of a Cassius mare, owned by Rick Kovacs. Beautiful stamp of a horse. And Sophie Kovacs, who actually had a ride in Buccalo last week, completed with Skylight. But this is the other horse that she's campaigned internationally a lot this year. It's actually just outside the top 10 in the young horse 3-star in Varigam, but also 7th in Stragom in the young horse 7-year-old division there. Jumped a lovely clear cross country. Has had some top 10 placings at the 2-star long level. And actually a horse that has done a couple of 2-star longs. Not a huge amount of 3-star experience, but as is the case with many of these young horses stepping up here. Just almost anticipated the step up to 4-star perhaps, and throw in a flying change rather than waiting for the simple change. So that will prove to be quite an expensive error. It took Anne-Sophie just a moment to get the horse back to her. And she actually did right to just take a breath, let the horse take a breath as well, and then pick up the canter again. But unfortunately, very expensive on the scoreboard. Better this way, look. Still quite tense and tight. But didn't anticipate it and throw in the flying change. And down the final centre line, and Sophie Kovacs and Clearance on that score of 36.7. They were trending. She did a really good job to keep a lid on the horse's excitement and a little bit of tension that crept in there. And actually, it's not going to leave her too far off the top half of the leaderboard at all. It's very, very tight in that middle part of the leaderboard.
Next horse to go in the ring, number 736.
Next to go, it will be Alessandro Lecis, Gimco de Fontabetti for Italy, as Anne-Sophie Kovacs, Clearance 36.4 into 28th place on the leaderboard.
The results for Anne-Sophie Kovacs and Clearance Z from Belgium.
So that puts them inside the top 30. And actually, 34 accommodations have gone thus far. They're all sub 40 as things stand at the moment. Ones to look out for as today progresses. You've got Dirk Schrade for Germany coming down the centre line next with Baccarat. You've got a couple of very good French combinations, Fabrice Saintemarie and Ben Massey. John Tilley for Great Britain. Astier Nicolas, Hitchcote de Crudre will be another to look out for the home nation. Astier, of course, won this title back in 2017 with Alert Amalib Or. As the day progresses, Andreas Dibowski, FRH Diadina, Is It Power, Das It Fortune. And there's a whole host of British names quite near the end of the order. The likes of Lizzie Baugh, the likes of Tom McEwen's Maestro, the British 7-year-old young horse champion. Chilly Morning the fourth, of course, the clone to Chilly Morning, the 5-star winning stallion of William Fox Pitts and his... You can't even call him his brother, his fellow clone. Chilly Morning the second is the current leader. That is Julia Krajewski, 26.2. That is the score to beat. But now let's focus on Italy's Alessandro Lecis. Alessandro is 35 years of age. Gimco de Fontabetti, the only horse competing internationally at the moment. Alessandro wouldn't be overly experienced in terms of international eventing competition. Only started competing this horse again at the beginning of last year, had previously campaigned up to the 1-star level. So this by far their most exciting test to date. but they've had some really good results up the levels. On the podium in the 2-star long format Investine. And we're also 4th on their debut at the 3-star level in Palmanova back in September, which picked them up their qualification for here. Ranked just outside the world's top 500. Gimko de Fontabiti is a horse that is owned by Facimanola, by Hometown, out of a charmer mare called Caligola. Bred in Italy. Slight miscommunication, having come back down to trot, almost dropping out of the trot then once again. And unfortunately not quite square in their final halt, but lots of nice work from Alessandro Lecis and Gimko de Fontabeti. An amazing experience to compete at Le Lion d'Angers for the very first time. Such an iconic location in eventing.
Yes, you're right to applaud this lovely test ridden by our Italian friend Alessandro Lecis and Gimko de Fontabeti. Next horse in the ring, number 737 for Germany, Baccarat, ridden by Dirk Schrade. It's a Holsteiner mare by Constanzeus, Barkley and Sonora by Chambertin 3, owned by the rider. Prochain cheval en telle piste, 737 pour l'Allemagne, c'est Baccarat.
So there we go, 36.2. That's good enough to put them into 27th place at the moment. Alessandro Lecis and Gimko de Fontabeti. As next to come forwards, it is Dirk Schrade. Dirk Schrade comes forward with Baccarat. Dirk, who is one of Germany's most experienced and decorated upper-level riders. He was part of the German team that won a team gold at the London Olympic Games. Also won team gold at the World Equestrian Games in Caen in 2014. He's been to 3 World Equestrian Games in total, at 1 Olympics, plus a whole host of Europeans. part of the German team that won gold at both Blair Castle and at Malmo in 2015 and 13 respectively. Actually only been to Lilian d'Angers on a couple of occasions previously, finished top 20 in 2007 and 2008. So good to see him back here after a little bit of a break. And the horse that he brings forward is Bacalar, beg your pardon. Bacalar was actually third, finishing on his dressage score in the 2-star at Bad Segeberg last time out. 26.6 was that score, so a very good starting score. And actually, they were 5th in Verigam in the young horse 3-star a little bit earlier on in August. Have had some really good results over the last 12 months or so. Done a lot of international competitions, including one, the 2-star long format in Marbach. Finished on their dressage score on a number of occasions throughout this horse's international career, including 2 of his last 3 runs. 2 of her last 3 runs, beg your pardon. This mare, owned by Dirk himself, was bred by Rita Seibke-Barschk, by Konstanhofs Berkeley, out of a Chambertin mare called Sonora. Left a hind leg trailing, unfortunately, in the halt. And actually this 3-star test, when they do the halt and the rein back, they do it on the inside track, which just makes that a little bit more difficult. Just got quite tight in the neck. And coming back to that canter transition. Quite an upright frame and actually just getting a little bit above the contact. And as a result, losing the quality of the canter a little bit as well. So Dirk Schrade and Baccarat
Lovely test. Thank you, Dirk
just
Schrade.
coming to the end of their test. Will be mid-30s. Baccarat just getting a little bit tense at times, and Dirk doing a really good job to reassure her on his exit from the arena as well, just making sure that she has a jolly good walk round and a nice calm exit from between the whiteboards.
Next to go for France, number 738, #Tilley, written by Fabrice Saintemarie. This is a cell français by Diamant de Sémilly et Caïma d'Argouges par Voltaire, belonging to the EARL, La Maison du Poney. Fabrice, this will be his 4th participation here. He won in 2022 Jean Barrett et Le Pain au Haras. Les palmarès de Fabrice Saintemarie, c'est sa 4e fois ici au mondial. Il a gagné en 2022 Jean Barrett et Le Pain au Haras.
So Dirk Schrade and Baccarat getting a final score in for them. 64.13, 64.57 and 63.04 gives them a penalty score of 36.1. That puts them into 26th place on the leaderboard. So the top of the leaderboard remaining unchanged so far. Julia Krajewski, Chile Morning, the second, lead the way, 26.2. Sam Lissington, Mr. Cookie Time in second, 26.7. Kitty King Cantango in third, 27.9. But just the 6 sub-30 scores at the moment. And actually a really nice mix of different nations as well. Germany, New Zealand, 2 for Great Britain, the United States of America and France. Austin O'Connor for Ireland also featuring inside the top 10. As next to go will be Fabrice Saintemarie, who comes forward with #Tilley by Diamant du Semilly.
I'll just give you some information with regards to tomorrow.
Caïma d'Argouges, the mare, who is by Voltaire.
1 o'clock the start of the 7-year-olds cross country, 4:45 p.m. the fanfare, FPOK, which will be in the trade stands, and the end of cross country there will be a medal ceremony honouring those who are medalled at the last Olympics, I presume, in front of the grandstands here. At 5:30 p.m. the Young Talents SHF on the ring in the ring here. 6 p.m. will be the prize giving for the treasure hunt Pomme Evasion on the stand of Oxygen Radio. 6:15 p.m.
So just listening to those provisional times, and 10 o'clock local time is the provisional start time for the 6-year-old division. And it will be 1 o'clock local time, the provisional start time for the 3-star division. And really excitingly, it sounds like they're doing something to celebrate the Olympic successes as well. As now Fabrice Saintemarie, #Tilley, come forward, Celle Francais bred. Fabrice Saintemarie comes to present to our ground jury at sea, President of the ground jury Laurie Eslin, who was actually president of the ground jury in Buccleuch last week, was joined then and is joined again by Stuart Bishel for New Zealand. And then at M here today, Judith Eisnecker for Austria, in charge of the whole competition. So much more to the role of the ground jury than simply judging the dressage. They're in charge of approving the cross-country course before the competition has started, before it is open to competitors to walk. They will walk the course, make sure they're happy with it, with the technical delegate and also with the cross-country course designer, Pierre Michelet. They're then in charge of the horse inspections, making sure that horses are first fit and ready to compete into the competition. And then on Sunday morning, able to continue with the competition as well, pass them on to the final phase. But they're also in charge of implementing the rules. They will be advised by the technical delegate and team on event, but ultimately the ground jury would be those responsible for any rule queries, disciplinary queries in terms of how they might affect the overall competition score. And as I say, they would be advised by the technical teams. But for a flag penalty, for example, 15 penalties, if that was queried, they would be advised by the technical delegate. They would be allowed to review the footage themselves, but ultimately it is their decision. So they judge all elements of the competition in partnership then with other officials involved in the event. Fabrice Saintemarie has already started his first phase here. 40 years of age, Fabrice. Been to Le Lion d'Angers on a few occasions previously. Best place was 21st in 2019. That was with César Dewoin. Rode in the 6-year-old division yesterday with Aito de l'Ortenia. Hashtag Tilley, the 7-year-old, bringing forward here. Diamant de Semilly, the sire of some very, very good horses, including the likes of Tom McEwen's individual silver medalist from the Tokyo Olympic Games, Toledo de Cursa. This horse was actually 5th in the 2-star long format at Fontainebleau a little bit earlier on this season. Went clear cross country on their debut at Jardy at the 3-star level back in July. Change of rein through walk. You see the progression in difficulty. They change of rein through trot to change the leg in canter in the 2-star test, then through walk in the 3-star. And then, of course, when they go up to the 4-star level, flying changes are introduced. Not quite square into the final halt, but a solid test done and dusted from hashtag Tilley and Fabrice Saintemarie. Another of the French representatives here in the FEI WBFSH Eventing World Championships for young horses.
Also a French couple, this is Helios Deschaumy, AA, ridden by Benjamin Massier.
Next to come forward for France will be Ben Massey, Helios Deschaumy. The 7-year-old by Alain Dibowski. As for Fancy Man, owned by Véronique Ariel. Ben Massey, who had that very good top 20 finish with Figaro Fonroy at Boucalo last week. Just unfortunately had a couple of rails down on the final day, which dropped him out of a super top placing. But he's getting a really good team of horses at the 4-star level now, as Fabrice Saintemarie's score is confirmed, slightly better than the trending score, 35.4. That sees them go into 26th place on the leaderboards. So Ben Massey, Helios Deschrade, who he comes forward with, was actually 4th at Pompadour in the 3-star there, a little bit earlier on in May. Then went to Jardy, jumped a lovely double clear in the 3-star back in July. Only 4 international starts to this horse's name, but has actually jumped double clear in all 4 of them. So a really interesting one to watch throughout the competition here. Ben Massey, in terms of his Le Lion d'Angers form, he's had 6 rides here. Best placing was 14th with Figaro Fonroy in the 7-year-old division a couple of years ago. He actually made his senior championship debut for France at the Europeans in Harada last year with Edition Fonroy. Currently ranked inside the world's top 100. Looking very relaxed at this point and able to pick the contact back up. And so often you see the horses anticipating that the canter strike-off is coming, but actually Helios Deschrade is very relaxed about it. Just be a little bit more consistent through the contact in the frame in that simple change. And actually better in the other direction. So into the final halt, Ben Massey, Ilios de Chemise. Will be inside the top 20.
Thank you, Benjamin. That was a lovely test on Ilios de Chemise. So the next horse in the ring will be number 7.
The crowd's definitely growing as the day progresses here in Le Lion d'Angers. It was very, very quiet first thing this morning, as you might expect. But actually, the majority of the crowd's actually situated behind our camera angle, so we don't necessarily see them. But you can certainly hear them, and the other grandstand starting to fill up a little bit more as well. Just all adds to the atmosphere, doesn't it? As there we go, 33.2. Ben Massey, Ilios de Chemise into 16th place, 33.2. So the very top of the leaderboard, unchanged so far today. Still yet to see anybody tackle Julia Krajewski in Chile Morning, the second out in front, 26.2. Ahead of Sam Lissington, Mr. Cookie Time, 26.7. Kitty King Cantango, 27.9. Next to come forward for Great Britain, it will be John Tilley. John rides Wellfield's Casino Royale.
Results for our French couple, Benjamin Massier riding Ilios de Chemise AA. Judge at E, 66.52. Judge at C, 67.39. Judge at M, 66.52, giving them an average of 66.81, a total of 33.2, and that's 16th place for the moment. So for John Tilley, this is his first participation here at Léon d'Angers.
So a first Le Lion d'Angers visit for John Tilley. He comes forward with Wellfield's Casino Royale combination, who is second actually at Lisgarven in the 3-star there as part of their preparation for this. Have had 4 international runs together, never out of the top 10. Horse was originally produced to the 2-star level by Amy Parsons before John took over the ride this season. And they were top 10 at Kililkey in the 2-star long format a little bit earlier on this year as well. Actually, Biker 03 out of a Detroit dam called Double Take, owned by John himself. So John Tilley, Wellfield's Casino Royale next to come forwards. And they have been as low as 25.9 in the first phase, so it'll be very interesting if they could recreate that today. They're going to be well in the mix for a very, very competitive start to their competition. John, who has been competing a lot more internationally this year, than in previous years and has been picking up some really nice results, including plenty of top 10 finishes up to the 3-star long level. What can they do here? Based in Ireland. John Tilley, Wellfields Casino Royale, Great Britain. Just came back to him slightly coming into that upward transition, but it was very smooth. Lovely stamp of a horse. John doing a very good job in this test so far. Because he looks certainly like he's quite sprightly, looks like he wants to have a little look around. Actually, nice transition through walk in the other direction. So much energy and expression that this combination bring. And actually this trot work that was a real highlight at the early part of the test, just bringing that mark down sub 30 again. Just get the feeling of so much power from this horse actually. It was a really, really lovely test. Wellfields Casino Royale, John Tilley. Just coming to the end of their first phase here, a debut in Le Lion d'Angers for John. And it'll be inside the top 10, pretty close to that 30 barrier. I'm not sure he's going to quite sneak under now, but still a very good score. The top 10 break off at the moment. It's actually 30.4. Nicolas Touzaint, Atomic de Oos is in 10th. And it looks like he might just sneak outside of the top 10 on the leaderboard at the moment. John Tilley, I think, will be pretty pleased with Wellfield's Casino Royale, because there is quite an atmosphere. Certainly one of the biggest occasions these young horses will have come across. As next to come forwards, it will be Juliano Renda, Rock and Roll Van der Beekegem, by Kato TZ, out of a Lafayette mare. As there we go, Wellfield's Casino Royale, 30.8 into 11th, just behind Nicolas Touzaint on the leaderboard. And that will see them in a pretty competitive position going forward to tomorrow's cross-country. Of course, we'll have all of the cross-country action for you live on FEI.tv. So Juliano Renda next to come forward. We've got two Belgian combinations before the break. Juliano and Julia Schmitz.
This is the second time Juliano Renda has participated here at the Mondial.
Juliano comes forward with this horse that was actually top 10 in Varigam in the young horse 3-star back in August, and we're seeing a lot of those horses in that class actually competing here this weekend. So that form is very much playing out. Came here actually in the 6-year-old division last year with this horse, finished just outside the top 25. But certainly the horse will have learnt a lot from that experience. Was 6th in Haute Grande in the 3-star division there a little bit earlier on this year. And actually, this time 12 months ago, 36.1 in the first phase, and all they added was 1 rail in the show jumping to their total score. There's quite a lot of noise on the outside of the arena actually at the moment, and Rock and Roll Van der Beekegem doing a very good job in just tuning it out, staying very present in the moment in the whiteboards. Tiny bit of anticipation before the canter, which was a real shame. And that 10-meter circle really testing the balance of the horses, security within their canter, but also actually the accuracy of the riders. You've got to be able to ride that 10-meter circle. You don't want an 8-meter, a 9-meter, or 11, 11.5, 10.5. It's got to be a 10-meter circle. And that is where those riders who are the very, very best in the world, they give absolutely nothing away in these phases.
well done to Juliano Renda and rock and roll.
So Juliano Renda, rock and roll Van der Beekegem will improve upon the score that they received in the 6-year-old division here 12 months ago by some 3 penalties almost, and will go into the top 20 on the leaderboard. And actually, we have another Belgian combination about to come down the centre line in just a second. Chris Vieca, Rollo van Ulsingen scored 37.5, and Sophie Kovacs and Clearitzy 36.4 for the country so far. Sapavelin 34.8. And so this will be the best of the Belgian scores on the board at this stage.
By Heavy Metal and Samsara Vance. Mullen Vondel by First Mate XX, owned by Bruno Schmitz. This is Julia's 3rd time here at Léon Danger. C'est la 3e participation ici pour Julia Schmitz.
So there we go, 33.6, 66.09, 65.22, 67.83 from our 3 judges. Gives them that total penalty score, 33.6, goes into the top 20 on the leaderboard. So Julia Schmitz, Lina Densenso, next to come forward for Belgium.
Judge at E 66.09, judge at C 65.22, judge at M.
Julia comes forward with Lina Densenso, who actually jumped a lovely clear round, and Langenhagen in the 3-star there was top 15 in Verrigan in that young horse 3-star that was super competitive. Been 4th in a 2-star long format last year as well. So have had some solid results in the build-up to Le Lion d'Angers, and is actually a 3rd visit to Le Lion d'Angers for Julia. Hasn't been here for some 7 years or so though. Last came in 2017. Actually rode for Belgium at the European Championships in Avanches in 2021 with a horse called Ladylike. Lina Toussaint, so this mare actually bred by Bruno Schmitz, so bred in the family as well by Heavy Metal, as for first mate mare called Samsara van Molenvondel, still owned by Bruno. Nice immobility in the halt, and was calm and looked quite straight in the rein back. We don't get the best angle of straightness, but you do get a good idea, and it looked to be quite straight. Julia using all of her powers of diplomacy during that simple change. Lina de Sanso just getting quite tight. A little bit of tension. It's making it a little bit trickier. And into their final halt, Julia Schmitz, Lena de Sanso will be sub 35 in their test, and actually she's making a real point of praising the mare who held it together. Obviously was feeling quite excited by what is in store, and again you have to remember these young horses, it's by far the biggest atmosphere that they will have been in. There's so much going on, so much to look at, all the big screens, the crowds, the grandstands, which actually sometimes they're a lot spookier when they haven't got people in as to when they have got people in. And also quite often nationally when they're competing, and at a lot of international events whereby there might be arenas running alongside each other, there's quite often another horse that's close by for company, whereas they're totally on their own in this main arena. And that can be quite intimidating as well. 34.8 for Lena de Sanso and Julia Schmitz. So that will put them in the top 30 at the moment. So we are on for a short break now. No change to the very top of the leaderboard here. Julia Krajewski and Chilly Morning the second. Still lead the 7-year-old division ahead of Sam Lissington, Mr. Cookie Time, the great British duo of Kitty King, Danny Evans, Tommy Greengard for the United States of America, and then Christopher Cease, the best of the home nation at the moment. So we've got a short break, but we will be back very shortly. Next to come down the centre line will be Therese Viklund and Sella for Sweden. They are due down the arena at just after 2:10 local time, so around 10 minutes time, just under, and we will be back then after this short break.
back on track. Number 743, our Swedish couple, Sella, ridden by Therese Viklund. This is a Swedish warm-blood mare by Mr. Vane GJ, 1324, belonging to Lena Nystrom and the rider. This is her 5th participation here at Mondial. She's won Lumülen, Sarendorf, Kalundborg and Hall. Prochain cheval à entrer en piste, c'est le 743 pour la Suède. C'est celle-là, montée par Therese Viklund. C'est un Swedish Warm Blood, une jument, par Mr. Vane GJ. Un 3 2-4 et appartenant à Lena Nystrom et la cavalière. C'est sa 5e participation ici au Mondial et elle a gagné les épreuves de Lumülen, Sarendorf, Kalundborg et Hall.
Welcome back to Le Lion d'Angers for the next session of dressage in this 7-year-old division in the FEI WBFSH Eventing World Championships for young horses. Now coming forward for Sweden, it is Therese Viklund and Sella. Therese, who's actually been based on British soil for a few years now, comes forward with this mare that she owns alongside Lena Nystrom by Mr. Vane GJ. Therese, who has been a really successful member of Swedish Nations Cup teams over the years, also went to the Olympic Games in Tokyo with the wonderful Visera. And this horse actually finished in 4th place in the 6-year-old division 12 months ago. So one to look out for here. Since have been top 20 at both Aston Walls and Nunney in the 3-star divisions, top 10 at Bergen International Horse Trials as well. Was bred by Lena Nystrom out of a mare called Sajita. And it's the first test of the morning that we've really seen trending consistently into the 20s. A lovely change of the rein. Very clear and calm walk steps. Slightly mixed view from the judges, but that's why they're all at different points of the arena. So you would see a very, very different angle to our view at E. We're opposite E, so we're B. So what we see is very similar to that they see at B, just in the other direction. But it's the side-on view. Sweden, who came agonisingly close to an Olympic podium in Paris this summer. And a lovely final halt. So this is going to see them go pretty close, I would imagine, with that final halt mark coming in as well to a top 5. Maybe even a little bit better. Could sneak into 4th perhaps. Where are we looking on the leaderboard? Well, Danny Evans 28.0 is in 4th at the moment. Might not quite get that with the harmony marks. It's the only mark within this 3-star B test that has a coefficient of 2. So good marks for your harmony do make a real difference. And it's going to push her closer to Danny Evans, but will just keep her in 5th. So Therese Viklund and Sella go 5th for Sweden. And that actually pushes Tommy Greengard down into 6th. So, Therese Viklund completes her test for Sweden, getting us back up and running after that break. Sweden have had some good success here in Les Lions d'Angers previously. They've had a couple of wins. Sarah Olgertson Ossolt with the wonderful Reality 39 back in 2010. And Marlin Peterson also won a title for Sweden back in 2008 with Verstadel's Volta van der Vogelweide. But this will go into the top 10 best Swedish tests that we have seen here at Les Lions d'Angers. Next to come into the arena, it is Astier Nicolas, who took this title, the 7-year-old division, back in 2017 with the wonderful Alert Amalib Or. Comes forward with Hitchcoat de Coudray. Astier, who has been to an Olympic Games, took the team gold and individual silver at the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. Top 10 individually in Tryon at the World Equestrian Games there. Has been to the World Championships in Bretoni and has been to another senior Europeans in Malmo as well. Had a whole host of young rider appearances and junior appearances for France. In terms of his performances here at Les Lions d'Angers, it is pretty impressive. He's had 6 runs, only been out of the top 10 on one of those occasions, but has been 1st, 3rd, 5th, 6th and 9th. And the year that he was out of the top 10, he finished 17th with Quickly de Bouger. So he's got very, very good Les Lions d'Angers form. Hitchcoat de Coudray, the horse that he brings forward here this year. And a horse that actually jumped a lovely double clear in the 3-star in Arville. Also won the 2-star long format in Pompadour back in May. Finished on their almost on their dressage score. Just had a couple of time penalties in the show jumping actually. Of 25.8 was their first phase score. But have also done well in French young horse classes as a 6-year-old last season. So this is a really exciting combination for France. Was bred by Armel Vanier-Filatre, by Panama Tame, out of a Fidelio du Tau mare called Côte de la Miglière. Owned now by Astier alongside Eric Hostallery. Really nice rein back. Kept the frame. And you see those 8s across the board for that rein back, well deserved. This is picking up some really, really nice scores, this test. The leader, remember, Julia Krajewski. Chilly morning, the second, 26.2. It's a lovely change of rein through walk. Looked very straight. The walk steps were very clear. The frame was consistent. And the judge at sea, Laurie Eslin, agrees completely. Haven't seen all too many 9s. Do something similar on this rein, and we are going to absolutely see him go to challenge Julia Krajewski. Perhaps not as direct in the downward transition, but still very nice. This is a lovely test for Astier Nicolas. On track to go into a podium position here. A lovely test from Astier Nicolas. Fortunately not quite square in the final halt, but still so much to like from that. He's got some supporters cheering him on as well. And they all thoroughly enjoyed that, as they well should have done, because that was a very, very smart first phase performance for Astier Nicolas. And interestingly, judge at sea wouldn't necessarily have seen that he wouldn't have been square in that final halt if he was straight enough. But that marked down then by the other judges. 27.2, so good enough to go into third for Astier Nicolas. And Hitchcote du Coudray. Hitchcote du Coudray actually goes into a podium position, pushes Kitty King, Cantango down into fourth, Downey Evans and Kinda Corvette into fifth. Julia Krajewski retains her lead with Chilly Morning the second ahead of Sam Lissington and Mr. Cookie Time, who sit in second. So, Astier Nicolas, Hitchcote du Coudray have really delivered a very good first phase performance for France. Astier, of course, won this title 7 years ago with Alert Amalib Or. Back in 2017 it was. So next we will welcome Cathal Daniels into the main arena. Cathal, who, believe it or not, is still only some 28 years of age. He has achieved a huge amount for somebody that still hasn't even hit 30. He's been to an Olympic Games. He was at the fourth rider for Ireland back in 2021 in Tokyo, but he's been to a World Championships, World Equestrian Games in Tryon, when he finished in the team that took a team silver. He has been to 2 senior European championships, including picking up an individual bronze medal at the Europeans at Le Moulin back in 2019. And He's done 5 Pony Junior Young Rider Europeans with a whole host of medals across the board. He's actually been here to Le Lion d'Angers on 6 previous occasions. Best position was LEB Empress, who finished 5th in 2020. Comes forward this time with Shenandoah Mika. Shenandoah Mika comes here off the back of a very good double clear at Cornbury House International Horse Trials. Previously been 2nd in Kililkey in the 2-star long format there. And also on the podium at Mill Street in the 1-star a little bit earlier on this year. Jumped double clear on all 3 internationals. Was bred by Martin Walsh out in Ireland by Shenandoah Sarko Saint-Germain. Out of the mare Shenandoah Maria, who was by Luxie. Owned by Sarah Hughes. Sarah, who has been a long time very passionate owner of event horses. The sun coming out here in Le Lion. A real difference to this time 12 months ago when we had some rather biblical showers in the middle of the dressage. Again, another that's picking up some really nice marks. Would be able to put themselves in a competitive position going into the jumping. The 3-star division here, the time is usually has a good amount of influence, and there's some real tests on the track as well. Really stretching through his back in the stretchy trot circle. It's been very consistent in the frame on the contact throughout this test. A couple of walk steps into the halt, but it was a very good test from Cathal Daniels. Good to see him back competing internationally a little bit more. He's had a quiet couple of years.
That was a lovely test. Thank you.
Shenandoah Mika.
Shenandoah Mika for Ireland. Next to go is number 7.
We'll get their score when it comes through, but it should be into the top 10. Cut off for the top 10, remember, at the moment.
This is a KWPN
is 30.3. That's Austin O'Connor and Diamond Mistress. So we'll be pretty close to being best of the Irish here, Cathal Daniels, at the moment. And in terms of Irish competitors still to come, Padraig McCarthy, Izzy Power and Ian Cassels and Godfrey Gibbons all still on the start list this afternoon. There we go, 29.9. That goes into 9th. So that pushes Austin O'Connor out of the top 10 at the moment. Alexis Gurry goes down into 9th. 10th, beg your pardon. So Miroslav Trunda next to come forward for the Czech Republic with Melview van Rechteren.
And he's won the competitions of Kappelsvaar and results for our Irish.
Julia Krajewski is still the one to beat. Chile Morning the second out in front, 26.2. We've got Chile Morning the fourth to come a little bit later on. And that will be with Gemma Stevens at 4:39 local time. So if you're interested in seeing their test, 4:39 local time is when you need to be tuning in. And of course, don't forget that over the next few days, we will have all of the action for you live on FEI.tv. Whether you choose to tune in via Facebook, YouTube, or on Clip My Horse. Miroslav Trunda now with a mare owned by Adela Svodobova. It's by Carrera VDL out of a Corland mare called Selview. Melview and Rectrant, top 10 in Stragom in the young horse 7-year-old class there. Also been 7th and double clear in Stragom in the 3-star. Actually competed here in the 6-year-old division 12 months ago. Just added 2 seconds over the time in the final show jumping phase to finish inside the top 20 in 17th place. Lovely square halt. Just didn't quite commit to resting all 4 feet very firmly on the ground. So at their final centre line, and a really nice halt to finish. Miroslav Trunda and Melview van Rechteren for the Czech Republic. I'll bring you their score in just a second. Don't forget that you can tune in tomorrow from 10 o'clock local time for all of the cross country. We'll bring you full coverage of the 6 and the 7-year-old division. And the Lyon cross country really is an absolute work of art. So beautifully presented. Well worth taking a closer look. If you're able to do so, any of the images, if you've never been to Le Lion d'Angers, then certainly it's one that you want to be looking at the pictures of. Not available in the cross-country app for this year.
So this is Sebastian's 3rd time here.
But tune in tomorrow and you'll certainly be able to see them. So, Miroslav Trunda, his total score for the Czech Republic is going to be provisionally 38.0. So that is going to put him into 43rd place on the leaderboard.
Judge at E 61.96, judge at C 61.52, judge at M 62.39, giving them an average of 61.96, a total of 38, and that's 43rd place for the moment.
So Sebastian Cavaillon next to come forward. Hashtag de la Vigne for France. Quickly getting his test underway. Sebastian. Who is one of France's busiest riders on the national circuit. Big team of horses. He is 41 years of age now. Actually had 3 horses at the 4-star level. Ellipso de la Vigne was in the Nations Cup team for France in Buccalo at the weekend. Nice placing was with Black Pearl Z there. Won the 4-star long format with Ellipso de la Vigne a little bit earlier on this year in Saumur. Hashtag de la Vigne. 4th in Chamon and Volcy in the 3-star, a little bit earlier on in May. Top 25 in the 2-star in Arville as well. 7-year-old Celle Francais bred by Nervoso. Out of a mare called Corrigan du Vin, who was by Duc de Hutrel, owned by Ludovic Filatre. Keep the straightness in that change of rein. Really nice clear walk steps. You meant to have between 3 to 5 of them, which he did. Actually, another really nice change of rein. The first one had slightly more mixed opinions from the judges. Much more in agreement that time round, and that's good enough to nudge them under the 30 mark. Leader, remember, Julia Krajewski, chilly morning, the second. That remains unchallenged so far in today's sessions of dressage. Still a few big names to come as this afternoon progresses that could well be in the mix. Padraig McCarthy has been in incredible form of late. Andreas Dibowski, never one to be discounted. And then there's a very, very strong British contingent coming late on. Should be very much respected as well. So Sebastian Cavaillon, hashtag de la Vigne, will be sub 30.
Thank you for this lovely test just ridden by Sebastian Cavaillon and hashtag de la Vigne for France. Next to go, number
We'll bring you their final score in just a moment, but just to give you a rundown of that top 10 so you can see how it is exactly shaping up. Julia, 26.2. Sam Lissington, 26.7. Astier Nicolas, 27.2. There, the podium. Kitty King, 27.9. Danny Evans, 28.0. Therese Viklund, Seller, 28.1 in 6th. Tommy Greengard, best of the US combinations, 29.4 in 7th. And that is very close to where we're going to see Sebastian Cavaillon end up. He's going to just go into 8th there with hashtag de la Vigne. And then it will be Christopher Cease and Cathal Daniels who round out the top 10 at the moment.
Sébastien Cavaillon et hashtag de la Vigne, jugeant E 70,43, jugeant C en C 70, jugeant M 71,09, ce qui lui donne une moyenne de 70,51, un total de 29,5 et c'est la 8e place du classement provisoire. Results for our French couple, hashtag de la Vigne, ridden by Sébastien Cavaillon. Number 747, judge at E 70.43, judge at C 70, judge at M 70.
Next to come forward, it is for Australia, Prue Dawes. Prue, who is based over in England, has been for a few years with Gemma Stevens at her yard south of London. Prue comes forward with Coolnoran Cooley, and it was a real dream for Prue to be able to come here to Le Lion d'Angers. She absolutely adores this horse and very excited to see how their week plays out. She's also a top-level owner, owns Gemma Stevens' upper-level ride, Flash Cooley. Coolnoran Cooley was actually completed Cornbury House International Horse Trials a few weeks ago. Was bred by Mark Hessian over in Ireland. He's by I'm Special de Muse, out of a Waldo Van Dungen mare called Coolnoran Liberty. And the Cooley, of course, comes from Cooley Farm of Richard and Georgina Sheens. Prue, big fan of a Cooley horse, and actually bought this horse out of Cooley Farm at the end of last year. Took the horse on the Spanish Sunshine Tour this spring. Had a lot of fun and some really good placings, actually, in the metre 20 classes. This horse was third at Mill Street in the young horse division last year with Amanda Goldsberry, and actually was one that I absolutely fell in love with this time 12 months ago when Amanda Goldsberry brought him here for this 6-year-old class. They ended up in 16th place, finishing on a score of 34.5. That was with just a couple of time penalties in the final show jumping phase, but went a lovely clear cross country at Wellington in the UK, and also completed their qualification as a partnership with a clear round at Hartbury International in the 2-star long format as well. Steps in the rein back. looks an absolute picture. And I'm sure it gives Richard and Georgina Sheen so much pleasure to see their horses go on and succeed at all levels in the sport, all over the world. Just lost a little bit of impulsion there. Prue just correcting the horse. Slight miscommunication, but got the energy back now. Prue also an owner in this division as well, because she owns Cooley Couture of Gemma Stevens, who currently sits inside the top 20 with 32.9. So wearing a few different hats this weekend. Prue Dawes and Coolnoran Cooley come to the end of their test, will be in the early 30s, and Prue looks pretty pleased with that. Big deep breaths, and Coolnoran Cooley comes out of the arena. And actually be looking at their international test to date. Coolnoran Cooley scored 30.5 last time out at Cornbury, but prior to that 35.1 at Wellington. So going to be about in the middle, getting lots of support from her team out in Le Lion d'Angers. And that will see her go inside the top 25. So Prue Dawes and Coolnoran Cooley for Australia. Just waiting for their final scores to come in. Here we go. 67.39, 65.87, 63.48. Gives her a total penalty score of 34.4. Goes into 28th place on the leaderboard at the moment. So, next to come forwards, it will be Albert Hermoso Farras, Ulysses 9.5 for Spain. It's a horse by Upsilon, who was Thomas Carlyle's wonderful Grey Stallion, a horse that actually finished inside the top 10 on 2 occasions here in his 6 and his 7-year-old year, was once on the podium. Albert Hermoso Farras, one of the most experienced Spanish riders on the circuit. Would be 45 years of age now. Ranked inside the world's top 350. And Ulysses 9-5, who he rides here, jumped a lovely double clear and Palman over in the 2-star as part of their preparation for this. Completed the 3-star at Avanches in Switzerland, and also did so in Montelibretti this spring as well, with a clear cross-country in Montelibretti. Top 15 in Jardy in the 2-star long format there. By Upsilon, as I say, out of a mare called O Lady Mary, who was by Only, bred by Santa Leonona Paddocks, still owned by that company today as well. I'll put Hermoso Farras, as I say, ridden at the top level for Spain for a good number of years. Went to the Olympic Games in Rio back in 2016, 2 World Championships as well. Some 6 senior European championships to his tally also. Best placing at Le Lion d'Angers was actually 12th with Nereo CP back in 2013 in the 6-year-old division. Albert doing a really good job with this test. Beautiful uphill way of going. And really encouraging the horse to stretch now. Soft through the back. The horse naturally comes back to him very easily, accepts the contact. There has been a lot to like from this test. But Hermoso Farras. For Spain, Ulysses 9-5. You can hear just the crowds are getting bigger and bigger as the day goes on. And he's thoroughly enjoyed their appreciation as well. Most of the crowd situated behind our camera position, so we don't necessarily see them ourselves. But Albert Hermoso Farras comes to the end of his test, which means that just one combination to go before the break. I think I'll be stocking up on some honey and lemon in said break. Fingers crossed that the voice will get a good night's sleep and be much stronger for tomorrow's cross country, which we will of course have live for you on FEI.tv from 10 o'clock local time. 1 o'clock local time, the 7-year-old division gets underway, so we get started with the 6-year-old division at 10 o'clock. And Albert Hermoso Farras, Ulysses 9-5, go into the top 20, 32.0, but it's really tight in that early part of the top 20. He's just some 5 seconds off the top 10. And that is very little when you come down to it and you talk about the cross country. So next to come forward, it is Kilroe Tiger for Ireland. Padraig McCarthy rides this horse for owners Peter Cattell and Di Brunsden, who've been huge supporters of eventing for many, many years. More recently of Padraig's team, but they previously had horses with Sir Mark Todd. They owned his wonderful Olympics horse Leonidas, and now have a really exciting team of horses supporting Padraig in a bid for a potential visit to LA 2028 and even looking beyond that, Brisbane 2032. Padraig has been in great form. He had a lovely top 10 finish at Buccalo, but he won the prolific 9-year-old division at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials back in September on another horse owned by Pete and Di. That was MGH Zabaoni. And actually, this horse was bred by Christopher O'Sullivan out in Ireland. Padraig runs a really active breeding campaign himself alongside wife Lucy down in Devon from their base MG8 Sport horses, and he competes a lot of those horses that he's bred himself, but also has a keen eye for other very good stamps of a horse. This one, as I say, bred by Chris O'Sullivan by Hype out of a mare called Coolcurran Imp, who was by Master Imp. 4 internationals to their name so far. All 4 of them they have finished on their dressage score, including 4th at Ballindenisk in the 2-star long format, and completion at Cornbury House International Horse Trials back in September as well. Padraig, the individual silver and team silver medalist from the World Equestrian Games in Tryon. Actually only started his international eventing career a few years prior to that. I think it was about 2013 he first started an international. Didn't do his first 4-star until 2014. Did do a lot of pure show jumping, but also very, very well educated to the PhD level. Very good breeder of horses, very good jockey, very intelligent. Some people get all the good genes, don't they? He's also a very, very good person. Just dropping behind the vertical slightly, half pass to the right, which perhaps our judges at C&M might not see quite so clearly because they're getting the rear view of it. But he definitely would have done. You can see that there with those marks. Says it accordingly. So Padraig McCarthy and Kilroe Tiger bringing their first phase to a close here. So that's the next of our Irish combinations. We'll go inside the top 30. Padraig will get his total score in just a second. But we will be back after the next break with Morgane Yon, Mona Lisa for France. At just over 10 minutes time. And this next session includes the likes of Morgane, Andreas Dibowski, Is It Power for Ireland, Caroline Harris and Lizzie Baugh for Great Britain, Ian Cassels as well for Ireland, and for the home side, Stephane Landois, Hermès de Gévaudan. So a score in for Padraig, 33.8. That puts him into 26th place. But do join us after this short break. Go and put the kettle on, grab a cup of tea or a honey and lemon like I will be, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes' time.
16, a total of 33.8, and that's 26th place for the moment. Les résultats du couple irlandais Kilroe Tiger, monté par Padraig McCarthy, jugeons E 65,87, jugeons C 66,74, jugeons M 65,87, ce qui lui donne une moyenne de 66,16, un total de 33,8, et c'est la 26e place du classement provisoire. Alors, quelques informations supplémentaires. Demain, le cross, c'est le spectacle monté en puissance avec l'épreuve la plus attendue. Le cross, le parcours jalonné l'obstacle naturel, les chevaux dévoilent leur puissance, leur endurance et leur agilité en franchissant des structures aussi impressionnantes que spectaculaires. La foule, toujours au rendez-vous, suit avec passion chaque passage. Des obstacles emblématiques comme l'hibou ou le gué provoque l'émerveillement des spectateurs, novices ou experts, venus souvent en famille pour profiter du cadre exceptionnel. Le cross est une véritable aventure pour les cavaliers, un moment de suspense pour les spectateurs qui retiennent le souffle à chaque obstacle. Le départ des 6 ans sera à 10 h du matin. À partir de 13 h sera le départ des 7 ans. À 16h45, nous avons le fanfare FPOK qui vont déambuler dans le village. À la fin du cross, il y a la mise à l'honneur des médaillés devant les tribunes. À 17h30, il y a des jeunes talents SHF dans la carrière du mondial. À 18h, il y a la remise des prix Jeux de piste pour l'évasion sur le stand Oxygène Radio. À 18h15, il y a le fanfare FPOK à nouveau qui vont déambuler dans le village. Et à 9h, ainsi qu'à 12h30, il y a les trompes du lion qui également vont déambuler dans le village. Je vous parle du dimanche, tamponnier, le jumping. Le dernier jour marque l'heure de vérité avec le saut d'obstacle. Après 3 jours d'épreuve, tout se joue dans cette ultime étape. La précision et l'agilité des coups sont mises à rude épreuve. Chaque saut est un déterminant pour le classement final. Le public, toujours nombreux, assiste à des moments d'une intense émotion. Ce jour, du sacre, et aussi celui de la remise des prix, où les meilleurs de chaque catégorie sont couronnés sous les ovations de la foule. 10h30, ça va être la connaissance commentée du CSO. 11h, CSO décision. 12h30, spectacle air pur sur le terrain d'honneur. À 14h, la reconnaissance commentée du saut d'obstacle. À 14h30, le CSO des 7 ans. À la fin du CSO, l'orchestre école de musique. Et à 16h30, la remise des prix des 6 ans, suivi des 7 ans. Nous attendrons tous les meilleurs 6 et 7 ans à leur génération. De leur génération. So that was just some information about how things are going this weekend. Tomorrow, cross country will be starting at 10 o'clock for the 6-year-olds, from 1 o'clock onwards for the 7-year-olds. 4:45 p.m. there's going to be the fanfare FPOK that will be playing music around the trade stands. At the end of cross country, there will be a honorary ceremony for the recent Olympic medals in front of the tribunes here, grandstands. At 5:30 p.m., Young Talents SHF in the Carrière Mondiale, in the Mondial Arena. At 6 p.m., prize giving for the treasure hunt Home Evasion on the Oxygen radio stand. 6:15, the fanfare FPOK once again, playing music throughout the village, the trade stands. 9 a.m. and 12:30 p.m., the musical group Les Trompes du Lion will be playing throughout the village. And then Sunday, the jumping. It'll be 10:30, the track will be open, and we'll be commentating on the show jumping. And then 11 o'clock starts the 6-year-old show jumping. 12:30, there's a pure air show here on in the ring. 2 p.m. show jumping is open for walking for the 7-year-olds, and we'll be commentating that. And then 2:30, the 7-year-old show jumping starts. At the end of show jumping will be the musical orchestra school, and at 4:30 will be the prize giving for the 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds. So just to let you know a little bit about eventing, for those of you who don't know much about it, it's a very passionate sport. It's a very healthy sort of drug for all of us. If you're not riding, you're grooming, or you're an owner of a horse, or you're commentating, or you're being a journalist, you just want to do anything to really be here. And with regards to the horses, the Mondial du Lion is really a stepping stone for the youngsters to go on to become Olympic champions, world champions, and European champions. There's horses here competing whose parents, you know, the mother and the father of the horse, have competed previously, and it's just really a lot of the big, well-known horses today in 4- and 5-star level came through the gates of Mondial du Lion. So it really is a showcase of young, promising future talent. Juste un petit mot sur le concours complet, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas très bien. C'est un sport magique et magnifique et plein d'émotions. Et c'est vraiment une drogue équin qui est très fort et très puissant. Et quand on n'a pas la chance de monter, on est volontairement gros, bénévole, speaker, n'importe, juste pour être là et être en présence de ce sport magique. Des chevaux exceptionnels, des cavaliers exceptionnels et tous ceux qui entourent le monde complet. Et très souvent les chevaux Il y a des chevaux qui courent ici, donc le parent, le père ou le mère du cheval, avec des chevaux ici. Et c'est vraiment, le mondial du lion, c'est vraiment un pas vers les championnats du monde, vers les Jeux olympiques et vers les championnats d'Europe pour les chevaux. Et il y a beaucoup de chevaux célèbres couronnés qui sont passés par le portail du mondial du lion. C'est vraiment, on voit l'avenir des cracks de complet, souvent au mondial du lion. Donc, profites-en, messieurs, mesdames, et passez un week-end excellent avec ce sport dont nous sommes tous très passionnés, qui est vraiment un sport merveilleux. Et merci d'être venus. Prochain cheval à entrer en piste, c'est le 751 Mona Lisa pour la France, monté par Morgane Yon. C'est un KWPN jument par Kohinoor VDL et Elisa par Baltic VDL, appartenant à Solveig Normier. Next to go for France, number 751 Mona Lisa, ridden by Morgane Yon.
Welcome back to Le Lion d'Angers. 2 sessions of dressage, some 13 combinations left to come down the centre line in the 7-year-old division here. And we get back underway with Morgane Yon. Mona Lisa for France. Morgane, a former winner of the Brabham under-25 class with Baccarat d'Argon. I'll just double check my own memory of that. Correct myself, was 6th at Brabham in the under-25 division, winner of Linear 4-star long format. So Morgane, a winner at the 4-star long level of competition, And she brings forward Mona Lisa, horse that has jumped clear cross country on her last 3 internationals, including Jardy and Pompadour at the 3-star level. Was 5th in Jardy in the 2-star long format back in May. Finished on the dressage score, which was sub 30 on that occasion, 29.2 by Kohinoor VDL, out of a Baltic VDL mare called Heliza, owned by Solveig Normia. A little bit tight through the body in the downward transition. But nice walk steps and a nice direct pick up of the canter transition to the left, canter lead to the left. So coming to the end of her test, Morgane Yon and Mona Lisa will be just outside the top 30, but it is unbelievably close because if you're looking at that 8 penalties behind our leader, that's 2 show jumps. That is about, 20 seconds in the cross country. So that is how tightly packed this field is. At the moment, Julia Krajewski retains her lead. She was our leader overnight with Chilly Morning the second, and actually sits out in front 26.2 ahead of Sam Lissington, Mr. Cookie Time. The only change to the very top of the leaderboard overnight is Astier Nicolas, Hitchcote du Coudray on 27.2. They've gone into the individual bronze medal position. Therese Viklund also into 6th for Sweden with Sella on 28.1. Now some 10 scores sub 30. But nobody has challenged the very top. How long can Julia Krajewski hold on for? Will it be all the way through to the end of the day? There's plenty of big names still to come as the afternoon progresses, including Chilly Morning the 4th, so the clone of Chilly Morning the 2nd, who currently leads, ridden by Gemma Stevens. And if you're anything like me, you will be completely and utterly fascinated and find it a tiny bit confusing because essentially it's the same horse, but not the same horse that's competing twice. So it's such an interesting dynamic to the competition. And we'll look forward to seeing Gemma go a little bit later on at 4:39 local time. Next to go, Benoit Perna and Hyperion de la Herne for France. Benoit comes forward with this 7-year-old Hyperion de la Herne, who was 7th at Jardy in the 3-star there, 4th at Pompadour in the 2-star long format a little bit earlier on this year. Actually finished on their dressage score on their debut at the 3-star level in Jardy. And that was a dressage score of 33, to give you an indication as to what we might expect today. Actually by Upsilon, the wonderful French sire. Upsilon, who of course had 2 brilliant top 5 finishes here at Le Lion d'Angers with Thomas Carlyle, out of a mare called Pussycat de Loup, who was by Ubac Del Peña, owned by Benoit himself. What can they do here in Le Lion d'Angers 2024? Benoit has been here on 3 previous occasions, but not for some time. 9 years ago he was here for the last time. That was back in 2015. Best placing was 10th with economy in the 6-year-old division in 2008. So Benoit Perna, Hyperion de la Herne have completed their dressage, trending in the mid-30 territory as things stand at the moment. See them just outside the top 40. Juliano Renda remains our leader on 26.2.
Next to go for Germany, number 753, FRH Diadina, ridden by Andreas Dibowski. This is a Hanoverian mare by Diarado and Sandila by Silvio One, owned by Andreas Dibowski and Wilken van Hodenberg. Prochain groupe à entrer en piste pour l'Allemagne, c'est le 753. FRH Diadina, montée par Andreas Dibowski. C'est une jument hanovérien par Diarado et Sandila par Silvio One, appartenant au cavalier et Wilken van Hodenberg. C'est la 14e fois ici pour...
So there we go, 36.5. Benoit Perna, Hyperion de la Herne for France. We've still got a few French combinations left to go before the end of the day. Stephane Landois comes forward a little bit later on in this session, and actually he will be the last to go of the French riders. The highest placed at the moment, Astier Nicolas, who sits in the individual bronze medal position. Hitchquote de Coudray on 27.2. So next to come forward, it is Andreas Dibowski for Germany. Andreas comes forward with FRH Diadina. This combination have been fourth actually on their last couple of international outings, including in Stragon in the young horse 3-star there, and also Hambach in the 3-star in Germany. Have jumped double clear on their last 5 international runs. Last 4, beg your pardon. Actually, top 10 at a 2-star long format last year, also in Stragon. FRH Diadina by Diarado, bred by Dieter Jenrich, out of a mare called Sandina, who is by Silvio, owned by Andreas, alongside Wilken von Hodenberg. Andreas needs a very little introduction. He has been a real stalwart for German eventing at the very top level for many years. Been to 4 Olympic Games. Part of the team from Germany who won Team Gold in Beijing. Also been to 4 World Equestrian Games as well. Plus some 8 Senior European Championships. Has a trio of Team Gold medals from those. And in terms of his Le Lion d'Angers career, he actually won the title back in 2010 in the 7-year-old division with Mighty Magic, but has been on the podium on a few occasions as well, with FRH Butts Avedon and with Mighty Magic as a 6-year-old. So hugely distinguished and established career. What can he do here back in 2024? absolute picture. Lovely shine, beautifully turned out. FRH Diadina. Just a little bit behind the vertical at times. That bit of tension creeping in, which means they're not picking up the biggest of marks.
Thank you for that lovely test written by our German couple, Andreas Dibowski on FRH.
So Andreas Dibowski, FRH Diadina, have come to the end of their first phase. And actually, that means that they are the last of our German combinations to go. So the highest placed German rider at the moment is Julia Krajewski. Chilly morning, the second. She will be the best of the German riders going forward to the cross country. Big question is, will she still be our overnight leader? She's got a nervous wait as the last few horses prepare to do their tests. We've got probably about 12 or so left to come forwards. First up, it is Elizabeth Power with Terry Miller's Dasset Fortune, another by Diarado, who has sired so many top-level event horses, as that's confirmation of Andreas Dibowski's score of 42.3. So is it Power with the 7-year-old by Diarado out of a Golden River mare called Mist Flight. Terry Miller, who has been such an enormous supporter of eventing over the years, a wonderful ambassador for owners as well, and has had horses with a number of top-level riders. Great to see Izib competing here again in Le Lion d'Angers this year. Izib, who has long been one of Ireland's most prolific senior event riders. Had the wonderful partnerships that have taken her to the very, very top level of the 5-star sport. Always one to look out for in the cross country. Big fan of a ex-racehorse. Has been involved in retraining so many over the years. The likes of Kilpatrick River, Solodoon as well all spring to mind. But she's been a brilliant producer of horses that have gone on to do great things. Azure was a horse that she rode here actually back in 2019. That horse now out in the United States of America with Philip Dutton at the 5-star level. Is it based over in Ireland? Part of the Connolly's Red Mills stable of riders. Tacit Fortune, the horse that she brings forward here, was fourth at Lisgarvan in the 3-star. Had some good placings at the 3-star level, at the 2-star level, beg your pardon, 2 third placings last season. Ballindenniskin, Lisgarvan again. 7-year-old Irish bred by Marie Maloney. Very clear transition across the change of rein. Possibly extra couple of walk steps. From our angle, it looked straight. Izib, who's been instrumental in the retraining, actually, of Cheltenham Gold Cup winner Sizing John. Very, very passionate about giving those horses a second career. She comes from a family steeped in equestrian heritage. Her brother Robbie has won the Cheltenham Gold Cup among many, many other top national hunt races. The scores just haven't updated for a few movements now, so they were trending around the 30 territory. That's a real shame. Just broke at the end of that stretchy trot circle, and that will prove to be very expensive. But the only real big mistake in this 3-star test. So Is It Power and Tacit Fortune come to the end of their first phase.
Power and Tacit Fortune for Ireland. Thanks for this lovely test. Elizabeth Power and Tacit Fortune from Ireland. Next to go, number 755 for Great Britain, Tailor-Made Z, ridden by Caroline Harris. This is a Zangerscheid, gelding by Toulon, and Tins Davy DL, owned by Carolyn Elwes, and Dinah Postford and Gail Sinclair. Prochain cheval en bis par la grande Bretagne, c'est Tailor-Made Z. monté par Caroline Harris et un Zangerscheid Ong par Toulon et Tinsday VDL, appartenant à Caroline Elwes et Dinah Bosford et Gaëlle Sinclair. C'est la troisième fois ici pour Caroline. Elle est vainqueur à Hartbury, Lignières, Mallow et Thorsby Park. This is Caroline.
Just waiting for that score to be confirmed for Is It Power before we welcome next into the arena Caroline Harris. Caroline, who actually this time last year finished in 4th, just off the podium with Cooley Mostown in the 7-year-old division. Comes forward this time with Tailor-Made Z. Combination were top 10 at Bergem, 2nd in Kililkey in the 2-star long format. That Bergem result was actually at the 3-star level, and jumped a lovely double clear in the young horse 7-year-old division at Cornbury House to finish in the top 12. Tailor-Made is by Toulon, out of an Horn mare called Tinsday VDL.
So results for our Irish couple, Elizabeth
Owned by Dinah Posford, Gail Sinclair and Carolyn Ulls. 34.7 for Is It Power and Dasset Fortune is their score confirmed. Caroline comes here having also had an absolutely phenomenal result in Lignières at the Nations Cup over there. She was part of the British team, but actually she won the class individually with D-Day, who I think I'm right in saying is en route to Les Etoiles de Pau next week. But Cooley Mostown also graduated from his brilliant result here 12 months ago to finish on the podium at Blenheim in the 8-9-year-old division a couple of weeks ago. She's got a very, very good team of horses. Was based with Australian international Sam Griffiths for a number of years. Set up her own yard probably about 3 or 4 years ago now. Trains in the jumping phase with Jay Hallam. Unfortunately, just that tension creeping in at the end. We've seen a couple of horses, it's just almost like a little miscommunication. They come back from the canter. And then as they go to turn up the centre line, just feeling like they should still be cantering, and unfortunately that proves very costly to the scores. So Caroline Harris and Tailor Made Z into their final halt. Unfortunately, that mistake coming out of the canter work into the trot work will just pull their score down slightly. Tailor Made still lots to do in the jumping phases. Pierre Michelet, the course designer in Le Lion d'Angers, set such an incredible test for both the 6-year-old and the 7-year-old class. And it's such a difficult challenge to set a championship track for these young horses. You know just how instrumental it is going to be in their future careers. There we go, 32.8 for Caroline Harris. She goes into the top 20. So we now turn our attentions to the next of the British combinations. This is Lizzie Baugh. Lizzie, her first visit to Le Lion d'Angers. She made her 5-star debut earlier this year as well. Defender Burley comes forward with Canada Spice, who lived up to her name, it should be said, at the first horse inspection. Canada Spice, 6 international starts in her career. The only thing she's added to that score was 1 pole down when winning the 2-star at Frickley last year. This is a really, really competitive combination. Never been out of the top 4 internationally, including 3rd place at the Cornbury House International Young Horse class a few weeks ago, where they finished on their dressage score of 27.4. This horse by Tyson, out of a mare called Red Diamond Spice, who was by a horse called King Henry, owned by Lizzie alongside the Spice Syndicate. Lizzie based on her family's dairy farm in Nottinghamshire, although I'm fairly certain the horses are multiplying and the cows are decreasing. Her mum Karen actually competed herself up to advanced level, one of 3 sisters, all of whom ride. But Lizzie, the one that's really gone up the levels internationally. Now in this 3-star test, the halt and the Rainback both marked as 1. In the 2-star division a little bit earlier, they're actually separately marked movements, but in this 3-star test, there's 1 mark across them both. The leader, remember, Yulia Kraevsky, Chile Morning the 2nd, 26.2. Lizzie was very tactical about picking up the contact then. She waited. She brought the horse back to her, but then waited until after she'd picked up the canter to really shorten her reins. almost, well, it did change behind, just going into that simple change through walk. So while it actually didn't get bad marks, it would have got very, very good marks, I think, without that. See what the second of them is like. Really nice. Straight as well. And this is right on a par with our leader at the moment. Neck and neck. Her first visit to Le Lion d'Angers, Lizzie. Her personal international personal best is actually 25.5. Cathal Daniels' personal best internationally, 26.8. So she is well on track with that here. Now, are we about to see our new leader? Let's see their final halt. I think we are. Lizzie Baugh and Cathal Daniels delivering a huge test here in Le Lion d'Angers. And that is going to absolutely fly to the top of the podium. A huge performance for her on her Le Lion d'Angers debut. It is going to be close to an international personal best. It will certainly be a personal best for Spice. And that is going to be the one to beat. Lizzie Baugh, Cathal Daniels out in front.
Next go for France, number 757.
So what will her final collective marks be? Oh, look at that, 8.5. That is going to be very valuable, 25.4. That is an international personal best for Lizzie Baugh. What a time, what a place to deliver it. Your first Le Lion d'Angers Young Horse World Championships. And she goes to the top of the leaderboard. 25.4. Lizzie Baugh, Cathal Daniels, the ones to beat.
The Young Riders Europeans, and he won 2023. He won Chatsworth, and in 2020 and 2021 he won Arras-du-Pont, and he's vice champion Olympic by team in the recent Paris Olympics. Les palmarès de Stephane Landois, c'est sa troisième fois ici. Il est champion de France jeune cavalier en 2013 et 15, champion d'Europe jeune cavalier par équipe en 2013, 2014, médaillé de bronze au championnat de France jeune cavalier.
So, next to go, it is Stephane Landois, Hermès de Gévaudan. The new leader is Lizzie Baugh, so the score to beat now is 25.4. Julia Krajewski goes down into second with Chilly Morning, 26.2. Sam Lissington into the individual bronze medal position, 26.7 with Mr. Cookie Time. Stephane Landois now coming forward.
Results for our British couple, Lizzie Baugh and Cathal Daniels. Judge at E, 74.78. Judge at C, 75.65. Judge at M, 73.26.
Stephane Landois, who is 30 years of age, made his debut at the Olympic Games this year riding Chamon du Monceau. Finished in the top 15 individually, part of the French team that took that team silver. Hermès de Gévaudan was second here at Le Lion d'Angers last year as a 6-year-old. Finished behind Izzy Taylor and Barrington Alice on that occasion. So what can they do here? Jump double clear in Arville in their debut at 3-star back in August. Stephane by Quintus out of a quality touch mare called Ombre de Gévaudan. is just Stephane's third visit to Le Lion d'Angers this year. Actually was second, as I say, this time 12 months ago, but also last year had Gainsbourg de Bedon in the 7-year-old division, finished individually in the top 20. And any top rider or otherwise would tell you that certainly once you've been to a venue, it is helpful because you have that air of familiarity with it. You know where the stables are, you know how things work. It just takes away one of the pressures. And another, just to have that miscommunication coming out of the trot work and the canter into the trot, and then still looking to continue the canter. And I think perhaps because they've done a couple of simple changes in the canter, the horse is kind of expecting to trot and then pick up the canter once again. And a couple of them just being quite insistent in checking that their riders definitely don't want that, which unfortunately does take the marks away on the overall leaderboard. So Stephane Landois and Hermoso de Gévaudan will end in the mid-30 territory, which will see them just inside the top 40. So perhaps not going to be finishing up on the podium again this year, but who knows? It is going to be, I'm sure, a very, very exciting competition, and anybody that can get close to finishing on their dressage score is certain to climb the leaderboard.
Prochain cheval entré en piste et le dernier avant la pause sur le 758 pour l'Irlande Inquisitor, monté par Ian Cassels. C'est un cheval de sport irlandais, un ombre, par Coroner et Diamond Fleck, par Cool Coron, Cool Diamond.
So next to go, it is a ride for Ian Cassels. He comes forward this time with Bridget McGing's Inquisitor, as there is confirmation of Stephane's score, 35.3 into 40th. Inquisitor by Coroner, out of a mare called Diamond Fleck, who was by Cool Coron, Cool Diamonds. Ian Cassels, who's actually already had one ride in the 3-star division, came forward with Green Oak Gigi as the first to go, 36.6, currently sits just inside the top 50. And actually we're heading into those riders that have 2 horses in the field. There are some 7 left to go, all of whom have had 1 horse already. So Ian Cassels, the first of those double riders to bring forward the second of his horses. Ian, 30 years of age, based over in Ireland, comes forward with Inquisitor, who was 5th at Lisgarvan in the 3-star division there. Has had 5 international runs, never out of the top 7. Clear cross country in all of them. Clear show jumping in 3 out of the 5, just rolled a pole in the other 2. So very consistent, including on the podium at Mill Street in the 2-star long format a little bit earlier on this year. And top 10 in Kililkey in the 3-star division back in June as well. Ian Cassels actually delivered, I think it was the best Irish test on record here at Le Lion d'Angers a couple of years ago. I'll just double check that one for you because it was an extraordinary performance in the first phase. It was Rosconnell Alto, if memory serves. It does. I was delighted. My voice may be going, but my memory's still there. 22.5, and that was back in 2022. Went on to finish 5th individually. And in terms of Irish performances, that was definitely the best Irish test here at Le Lion d'Angers. And one of their best performances. Ireland have had 2 podium finishes in the last 17 years, Aoife Clarke and Sophie Richards, in the 7-year-old and the 6-year-old division, respectively. Ian, always able to really present a dressage test to the ground jury. He's an unbelievably elegant rider. And actually our ground jury here, 2/3 of the Buccleuch ground jury at C, President Laurie Eslin and Stuart Bishel at E for New Zealand were both on the ground jury at Buccleuch, joined here by Judith Eisnecker for Austria. So Ian Cassell's a lovely final halt to complete his test for Ireland with Inquisitor, the highest placed of the Irish combinations thus far. Cathal Daniels, Shenandoah, Mika, 29.9 in 11th. Austin O'Connor also inside the top 15 in 13th with Diamond Mistress. So we'll probably go inside the top 18 or so with that 31, depending on what his final collective marks are. But actually that takes us to the final break of the day. We've got some 6 combinations left to go. 3 for Great Britain, 1 for Australia, 1 for Ireland, and 1 for the United States of America. There we go, 31.1 for Ian Cassell's Inquisitor. So 6 combinations left to go, and some of them that could really challenge the top of the leaderboard. Chilly Morning, the 4th, Gemma Stevens, And Tom McEwen, Maestro, the reigning British 7-year-old young horse champion. So ones to look out for in that session. But we've got a short break now. We will be back at in around 10 minutes' time. Tom Jackson, My Star Turn, next to go.
coming in the ring, outside the ring now, is Tom Jackson for Great Britain, riding My Star Turn. This is number 759. It's a KWPN mare by Action Breaker, and Twister BZ by Obligado B, belonging to Richard Jewson and Sarah Jewson.
Welcome back to Le Lion d'Angers for the FEI WBFSH Eventing World Championships for young horses. We have just 6 combinations left to come forward in the 7-year-old division. The lead at the moment is with Great Britain. It is Lizzie Baugh and Calada Spice on a score of 25.4. Now we welcome Tom Jackson and My Star Turn for owners Richard and Sarah Jewson, the Jewson family, who've been massive supporters of the sport for many years, wonderful supporters of Pippa Funnel in particular. Tom based not a million miles away from Pippa's. He's trained with her for a good number of years throughout his career. My Star Turn, the horse he brings forward here. This mare by Action Breaker, out of a Obligado B mare called Twister BZ. Tom already had one ride here yesterday in the 7-year-old division. With Corley Cornassus, score of 31.0, currently sits in 18th place. Tom, 31 years of age, has actually been here to Le Lion d'Angers on a few previous occasions. Best placing was 4th with Midnight Endeavour back in 2022. My Star Turn was actually 2nd up at Bergam International Horse Trials in the 3-star division there. Jumped clear at Bicton in the 2-star long format earlier on in the season. And actually, from some 7 international runs in her career, she has been clear and inside the time cross-country in every single one of them. Jumped clear in the show, jumping on 4 of those occasions, and only ever rolled 1 pole on the other 3. Exceptionally reliable in all 3 phases. such a shame. Just broke into canter in that half pass to the right. Just that miscommunication. My star turn. You can hear ears you can see ears flickering back and forth all the time, this Mert, listening to the instruction coming down the rain. It's a very uphill way of going, very consistent in the frame and the contact. Not quite square and not quite immobile initially in the final halt. So Tom Jackson and My Star Turn have done their first phase and the second of Tom's 2 rides. He'll be one of the first to head out on course tomorrow afternoon over Pierre Michelet's cross-country track.
Number 760 for Great Britain. This time it's Tom McEwen.
So we'll bring a score for Tom Jackson in just a second.
And Hippie Lady by Doctro, belonging to River Lodge Equestrian Limited.
As next to come forwards, it is Tom McEwen for Great Britain. We'll come to Tom in a second. Let's wait for those final scores to come through for the other Tom, for Tom Jackson. The last British horse to win the 7-year-old title in Le Lion d'Angers. Le Lion d'Angers, even. I think was Laura Collett's Mr. Bass in 2017, it would well have been. 2015, even further back at the 7-year-old division. Kitty King and Zidante have also won it in 2011. So Mr. Bass won it 2015, Zidante 2011. Great Britain have also won the 6-year-old division on 5 occasions, including last year when Izzy Taylor and Barrington Alice took the top spot. There we go, 34.0 for Tom Jackson and My Star Turn. Now though, let's go to Tom McEwen. Tom, the first of his rides at Quintus, did a very solid first phase score, 30.7 for owners Deirdre Johnston and Jane Knight. They currently sit in 15th. He had actually 3 horses that he could have chosen from to come here to Le Lion d'Angers. Was only able to bring the 2 of them. Shenandoah Arnold, the one that didn't travel this time, but certainly one to keep an eye out for the future. Maestro is the recently crowned British young horse 7-year-old champion. 3 internationals, has been double clear in all 3 of them. Actually just outside the top 10 at Hartbury in the 2-star long format, and then finished on his dressage score of 25.8 at Cornbury House a few weeks ago. Owned by Fred and Penny Barker. Fred and Penny, who have been just went for it in the medium trot and unfortunately paid the price with a break, and actually it took Tom a little bit to get the horse back then. So that is going to take a fairly heavy hit to the scores. Fred and Penny Barker, though, who own this horse, have been involved with the sport for a very long time. Actually have enjoyed success here at Le Lion d'Angers in the past, in fact. Owned the wonderful Bob Chaplin, who went very well with Australia's Paul Tapner, and actually took the individual silver medal back in 2017. They also owned Paul's 5-star Campaignical Ronan, involved in the ownership of Tom's individual silver medalist from the Olympic Games in Tokyo, Toledo de Cursor as well. So wonderful to see them investing in the next generation of future Olympic horses too. Just came above the contact slightly in that rein back. Tom, who finished 4th individually at the Olympic Games in Paris, part of that British team that won a team gold as well. And unfortunately, breaking again, Maestro. Feeling pretty full of beans. And Tom just showing some real horsemanship there, because you wouldn't normally take your hand off the reins to give a pat in view of the judges, but actually just felt that the horse needed a little bit of reassurance. Just misunderstood what was being asked. And Tom very much riding this horse with a view for the future as well. Obviously wants to do well here in Le Lion d'Angers this weekend, but also it's about producing these young horses for future championships, hopefully at the very highest level of the sport. And actually still going to end up with a mid-30s score, which just goes to show actually how strong the rest of the test has been, despite a couple of fairly major errors. So Tom McEwen, things not totally going to plan with Maestro in the arena, but we've no doubt that they will enjoy the jumping phases, and I'm sure all of the very, very impressive marks are there in the first phase. It's just not their day in the dressage today. So Tom McEwen, Maestro, bringing their first phase home, trending in the mid-30 territory. Not going to challenge the lead of Lizzie Baugh for Calais Spice, 25.4. Great Britain out in front. 9 years, as we say, since Great Britain won the 7-year-old division here at Le Lion d'Angers. What can the next combination do?
103 by Colibri belonging to Christopher Stone and Lisa Stone. It's Gemma's 4th time here.
It is that one that I know plenty of you watching at home have been waiting for throughout the day. I have to admit, I have been as well, because it is Gemma Stevens and Chilly Morning, the 4th this time. So Chilly Morning, who was the stallion that William Fox Pitt won badminton on in 2015, that he rode at the Rio Olympic Games in 2016. There we go, Tom McEwen Maestro, 36.0 into 45th. So Chilly Morning, who was that 5-star winning stallion, who took an individual medal at both European and World Championship level as well. Ridden by William Fox Pitt, was owned by Chris and Lisa Stone, who actually created 3 clones of Chilly Morning out in America, where it is where you are able to do that. Over in America, 3 Chilly Morning clones were created, and then they've come back to the UK and into Europe. 3 different Chilly Mornings: Chilly Morning the 2nd, Chilly Morning the 3rd, Chilly Morning the 4th. I think they're called Juice, Therese and Quattro, as in 2, 3, 4. And all 3 of them are with different top-level riders. So Gemma has number 4. Gemma, who has ridden for Chris and Lisa Stone for many, many years. Julia Krajewski, who we've seen, who currently sits in the individual silver medal position, has Chilly Morning the 2nd. And then Alex Fatian actually has Chilly Morning the 3rd. He isn't competing here this weekend for China. But just such a fascinating experiment almost of nature versus nurture. And it'll be very, very interesting to see them here. It's the first time they've really gone head-to-head, the first time they have gone head-to-head, and it's actually lovely for Gemma, who was heavily involved in all three of their early part of their lives, actually to see the horse that left her yard as a 3-year-old to go to Julia Krajewski's here this weekend as well. This horse was actually taken to Burley for part of William Fox Pitt's masterclass. So it's had a bit of exposure to main international stadium and certainly plenty of crowds and lots going on. He's a real stallion. They're all entire. Gemma, who has another ride in this 3-star division as well. Cooley Couture. And she actually rides a lot of Chilly Morning offspring, including her 5-star winner, Chilly Knight. Chilly Morning, the 4th, though, actually was 4th at Cornbury House International Horse Trials in the 7-year-old division there. It's the British Young Horse class. On the podium at Bicton in the 2-star long format earlier this season. Won a 2-star at South of England last year. Has been consistently in the late 20s in his international career to date. And so this horse, owned by Chris and Lisa Stone, who've been massive supporters of eventing for many, many years, of riders such as William of Car and Donkers, Nick Gauntlet, Gemma herself. Gemma's been based at Tattleton for a good number of years. And Chilly Morning, the 4th, has the same sire and dam as the original Chilly Morning, if you like. So is by Fantomic, out of a Calibri mare called Corral. Julia Krajewski and Chilly Morning the 2nd on 26.2. Would be very spooky if Gemma also produced a 26.2. So, into the trot work. Trending right on a par with Julia, and right in touch with our leader as well. Lizzie Baugh, Canada Spice, 25.4 is the score to beat. At the minute, is just going to sneak ahead of Julia Krajewski. Not quite in touch with the lead, but it is going to be agonisingly close between the two. There must be a good deal of pressure on the riders as well, actually, especially to come here and compete against one another. They've both absolutely delivered. Gemma Stevens looks thrilled with that, and so she should. Chilly Morning, the 4th, here in Le Lion d'Angers. She is absolutely chuffed to bits. 26.2 is Chilly Morning, the 2nd, with Julia Krajewski. Just waiting for those final harmony marks. It is entirely possible they could be on the same score. But it will be a podium position. Oh my goodness me. That is incredibly spooky. 26.2 for both of the Chilly Morning clones. Gemma Stevens and Julia Krajewski both have produced these young horses beautifully, and I think should be applauded actually for coming here in probably quite a lot of pressure. There's a lot of the eyes of the world on them. First time they've really gone head to head, and they have produced identical tests in so much as the penalty score at the end of it, sitting in the equal silver medal position at the moment. Lizzie Baugh retains the lead, 25.4, and actually there's just 3 left to go now. So Lizzie Baugh leads, Julia Krajewski, Chile Morning the second, in equal second, with Gemma Stevens and Chile Morning the fourth, both on 26.2. And actually, I feel like that was possibly the best possible result for both of the riders here because, like I say, huge amount of pressure, and actually to produce both excellent tests and sit equal with one another is quite something. So, next to go, it is for Australia, Isabel English, Sildara Bombay S. Isabel, who's already had one ride, came forward yesterday with Elsie and Fields Prado, currently sits inside the top 25 on 32.6 by Balo de Rue, this 7-year-old, out of a mare called Sildara Duchess, who was by Diorado. So Diorado on the dam side, we so often see him as a sire of top event horses, but on the dam side this time.
Chile Morning 2 and Chile Morning 4.
Isabel, who has been here to Le Lion d'Angers on a few occasions previously as well. Ridden up to the 5-star level, had that wonderful partnership with Fell Down Mouse. Best placing here was 5th with this horse actually 12 months ago in the 6-year-old division, Sildara Bombay S. Suma's Tina Turner also finished 6th in the 6-year-old division back in 2022. So Sildara Bombay S was 2nd in Kililkey in the 3-star there a little bit earlier on this year. Top 15 at Frickley at the 3-star level. And also completed Cornbury with a clear inside the time cross country in the British young horse 6-year-old division. Didn't show a huge amount of immobility in the holts, and you can just see that tension there in the walk. Unfortunately, that has such a big impact on the score. One mistake in a movement, if you get 4s across the board, it's essentially over 2 penalties. Sometimes pushing 3. Takes quite a hit to your score, and then the walk not picking up the big movement scores either, unfortunately. So we'll be happy to get into the canter work. She's been based with Kevin McNabb over in the UK for a number of years now, and I always have the utmost respect for obviously all top level riders, but those that have moved their lives halfway across the world. You know, she grew up in Australia. And yet she's come over to the UK and created a business and set up a life here. So Isabel English and Sildara Bombay S. The last of our Australian combinations to come forwards.
Kilroe Legoland, ridden by Godfrey Gibbons, monté par Godfrey Gibbons. C'est un cheval de sport irlandais, owned par Cavalier Land.
So we have just a couple of riders left to go. One for Ireland and one for the United States of America. First of all, it will be Godfrey Gibbons, but we'll wait for the score to come in for Isabel English and Sildara Bombay S in just a moment. There we go, 34.6 into the top 40 on the leaderboard at the moment.
64.57, judged at 64.78, giving them an average of 65.36, a total of 34.6.
So just two left to go. And actually, you know, at the end of the day, that's within 3 rails of our leaders. 30 seconds on the cross-country in total. And yes, I'm sure there will be movement on the leaderboard. You don't necessarily expect to climb from 40th up into take the win, but it doesn't take a lot. If you finish on your dressage score of 34, you're going to be climbing pretty rapidly towards the top 10 in total. So now we welcome Kilroe Legoland, Godfrey Gibbons, the second ride for Godfrey. Had a score of 36.7 with Kilnamak Kasu yesterday. Godfrey, who's come through the Irish Junior and Young Rider team programme. Actually was part of the Irish team that won a team silver at both the Europeans for the juniors at Hartbury in 2022 and Montelabretti 2023. Part of the Young Rider European team this year. Finished top 20 individually then. Came here last year with Milcham Miami. That was the horse that he rode at the Young Rider Europeans this year. Looking for his first completion. Ranked inside the world's top 300. Kilroe Legoland. Top 10 in Kililkey in the 2-star earlier on this summer. And top 20 with a double clear at Kililkey in the 3-star division. Back in the summer as well. This horse was originally brought out by Sean Coleman. So a new ride for Godfrey in 2024. There's definitely become more of a buzz around the international arena here in Le Lion d'Angers as the day has progressed. Even the shopping village is a little bit busier, a little bit more going on. And actually, we have seen a little bit more tension in those horses in the arena as well. Godfrey Gibbons and Kilroe Legoland will be about mid-30 range on the leaderboard. So just one combination left to go to take us to the end of 2 days of dressage here in Le Lion d'Angers. And tomorrow, of course, we will turn our attentions to the cross-country phase, live with the first horse out on course in the 6-year-old division at 10 o'clock. And then in the 7-year-olds, they go cross-country from 1 o'clock local time in the afternoon as well. We'll be live with you every single step of the way, FEI.tv.
Monté par Quinby Kellerman, c'est un Zangerscheid par Dallas et Vinti Van de Ville par Upchiki qui appartient à la cavalière. Just waiting for Godfrey's remaining collective marks and then we'll be able to give you some results. This is Quidley's second time here at the Mondial du Lion.
So now we welcome 18-year-old Quidley Kellerman. Quidley, who's been based over here in the UK for the last 12 months or so. I think another that's based with Kevin McNabb.
Judge at M62.17, giving them an average of 64.85, a total of 35.2, and that's 44th. Les résultats du couple irlandais, Godfrey Gibbons et Kilroe Legoland, jugeant eux.
Came here for the first time last year and actually was advised by Avery Klunick to head over, check out being based with Kevin. So she left the week after she graduated from high school and hasn't looked back. So great to see her back this year with Blakeney's Cruise, who came forward yesterday, but also now with her second ride, De Winty Zunos. By far the youngest rider in the field this year. Was just 17 when she came here 12 months ago. And actually went on to finish inside the top 20 as well. De Winty Zunos was bred by M. Rutten and M. Grumman, by Dallas, out of a mare called Winty van der Wiel, owned by Quidley herself, actually bred in the Netherlands, bought out by Kaiser Mansby Svedberg originally for Sweden. Quidley took on the ride earlier this year and actually went on to win the 2-star long format in Kililkey. Finished on their dressage score of 30.2 and have since stepped up to the 3-star level and jumped clear cross country at both Liscarven and at Cornbury House International Horse Trials. Scored 32.5 last time out, which was a personal best at the 3-star level for the horse. And actually a personal best at the 3-star level also for Quidley. the last to go in this 7-year-old division. And of course, don't forget, we've got a full day of cross-country to bring you tomorrow. We'll have every horse live for you on FEI.tv. Wonderful to see 18-year-old Quidley Kellerman here with the 2 horses 12 months on from her debut in Le Lion d'Angers. Could have just been a little bit braver with the stretchy circle, perhaps. She comes up the final centre line and halts to salute to our ground jury. Good immobility. And that takes dressage to a close after 2 days here in Le Lion d'Angers. We do hope you've enjoyed all of the coverage. We'll just remind you of the leaderboard in the 6-year-old division. Merrill Blom-Holzman leads the way there for the Netherlands with Killer Queen, 25.1. Sophie Loib, Hey Lucky Stan, it sits in second, 26.8. Kitty King, Dasset Flight Path in third, 28.6. Max Warburton and Izzy Taylor rounding out the top 5 for Great Britain. As there we go, Quidley Kellerman, Dawinti Uno C, 35.7. That puts them just inside the top 50. In the 7-year-old division, it is Lizzie Baugh and Khalida Spice who lead the way, 25.4. Ahead of the 2 Chilly Morning clones, Chilly Morning the second and Julia Krajewski, and Chilly Morning the fourth, beg your pardon, and Gemma Stevens. They both sit on 26.2 in the silver medal position ahead of Sam Lissington, Mr. Cookie Time in fourth. Astier Nicolas, a winner here in 2017, sits in fifth. Hitchcote de Coudray for the home side. Well, if you've managed to make it through the dressage, thank you for bearing with my voice. I will be off to gargle lots of honey and lemon, ready for what is hopefully going to be a new day tomorrow. Looking forward to bringing all of the cross-country action live for you. FEI.tv, we will be live from 10 o'clock local time with the 6-year-olds, 1 o'clock local time with the 7-year-olds. We do hope that you can join us then. We'll be live all weekend, FEI.tv, so come and join us to find out just how the action unfolds over one of the most incredibly, beautifully, well-presented, iconic cross-country courses in the world. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow.
Et la 6e place pour la Grande-Bretagne également, c'est Kitty King, montant Contango à 27,9. Lying in 6th from Great Britain, Cantango, ridden by Kitty King on 27.9. La 5e place pour la France, c'est Hitchcote de Coudray, Astier Nicolas, 27,2. Flying in 5th from France, Astier Nicolas, riding Hitchcote de Coudray, 27.2. 4th place from New Zealand, Sam Lissington, riding Mr. Cookie Time on 26.7. À la 4e place pour la Nouvelle-Zélande, c'est Sam Lissington, montant Mr. Cookie Time, 26,7. Lying tied for second, we've got 2 Chilly Mornings. We've got Gemma Stevens' Chilly Morning, which is the 4th for Great Britain, and we've got Julia Krajewski's Chilly Morning, the 2nd for Germany. They're tied on 26.2. À la 2e place ex aequo, nous avons 2 Martin Froide, enfin Chilly Morning, celui de Gemma Stevens qui est Chilly Morning le 4 pour la Grande-Bretagne à 26,2, et celui de Julia Krajewski pour l'Allemagne, Chilly Morning 2 sur 26,2, et en tête pour la Grande-Bretagne nous avons Lizzie Baugh riding montant Khalida Spice 25,4. And our leader for the 7-year-olds for Great Britain is Lizzie Baugh, riding Khalida Spice on 25.4. Thank you for joining us today. Please come back tomorrow for the cross-country, and in the meantime, go for a wander around the trade stands, discover all of the delightful things to eat, to drink, to purchase, and see you all tomorrow. Merci d'être venus aujourd'hui, et venez nombreux demain pour la cross. En attendant, vous pouvez vous promener dans le village d'exposants, boire, manger et faire des emplettes. Bonne soirée et à demain.